With the roll call, Scott Self, that's me, I'm here. Richard Lane?
Here.
Jane Johnson?
Here.
Brandon Self?
Here.
Michael York?
Yeah.
Victoria Ames?
Here.
Selectman Rep Ken Colby?
Yep.
Steve Malone, alternate?
Here.
Almost checked you absent, I didn't see you there. Michael Sgunzio, alternate? Not here. And Brian Vertigo, alternate, not here. And we have a full board, so I won't be seating you for anyone unless somebody leaves. So, get back to our agenda. Applications, these are public hearings this evening. It's planning board number 23019. That's a minor subdivision. Fieldstone Land Consultants PLLC, on behalf of All Purpose Storage Swanzey West LLC, requests a minor 2-lot subdivision of property shown at tax map 52 lot 16 on Base Hill Road. Subject to the property is located in Rural Ag District and the Business District. Public hearing number 2, number 23-020, site plan review. Fieldstone Land Consultants, PLLC, on behalf of All Purpose Storage Facility, West LLC, requests a site plan review for construction of a multi-tenant services facility to be leased to various service businesses at 115 Base Hill Road. Subject property is currently shown at tax map 52 lot 16 in the Rural Ag District and the Business District. On a finding that the application meets the submission requirements of the site plan review regulations, the board will vote to accept the application as complete, and public hearing may follow immediately or will be scheduled for a time and date certain. Public hearing number 3. This is a boundary line adjustment. It's public hearing or planning board number 23-021, and that's a boundary line adjustment. TF Moore Incorporated requests a boundary line adjustment on behalf of FW Webb Company for properties owned by Runway Fun Park LLC and Keith Bell and Kevin Bell, shown at tax map 34 lots 32 and 32-1 at or near 471 Old Homestead Highway. Subject properties are located in the business, residential, and rural ag districts. Item number 4, public hearing, planning board number 23-022, site plan review. TF Moran Incorporated requests a site plan review on behalf of FW Webb Company to construct a 58,085 square foot wholesale warehousing facility and associated site improvements on properties owned by Runway Fun Park LLC and Keith Bell and joint tax map 34 lots 32 32-1 at or near 471 Old Homestead Highway. The subject properties are located in the business, residential, and rural ag districts. On a finding that the application meets the submission requirements of the site plan review regulations, the board will vote to accept the application as complete, and a public hearing may follow immediately or will be scheduled for a time and date certain. Discussions and other business this evening. Comments of the select board regarding purchase of 110 Pine Street. Plan reading workshop, which we probably won't do. We'll get enough plans we're going to be reading tonight, and any other business that may be required. And then adjournment. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
can I make a motion, please?
You may make a motion. Now, wait a minute. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I move that we cease and suspend everything after 2100 hours and move to our next scheduled meeting.
Which for us non-military people is
9 p.m.
9 o'clock. Okay, you move to, let's see, yeah, we would postpone, or actually not postpone, we would continue anything after 9 o'clock to the next meeting is what you're saying. Okay, is there a second on that motion? Second by Richard Lane. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so brings us to our now we need a motion for the I can't think of the regional impact. You're right, regional impact vote, which we have at every meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move that there is a regional impact due to the fact that 23010 115 is on the line between Keene and Swanzey. So we will just need to notify the city of Keene along with those abutters that are in Keene.
So this is which one? This is Base Hill Road you're talking about?
Right.
That's 020, I believe.
Yeah, I think so, right. It's, I was looking for the number that you said.
Okay, I'm sorry. 020.
So it's the Base Hill Road, okay, so are you saying then that, oh, never mind, won't get to that. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Richard Lane. Is there any further discussion? in the discussion part of it, are you saying that we're going to continue this item and not even look at it until?
I believe Julius can tell us that they've already notified those abutters in Keene, in the city of Keene. So I don't think we need to postpone it on that, but we need to put it in the record that we recognize that it's a regional impact.
Is that true that they have been
They've
notified?
already been notified, but you want to be careful about making the motion to call it a regional impact, because when you do, that means you do need to postpone the meeting, then we hold a hearing about having a regional discussion, invite further individuals that might be impacted by it, either regional planning commissions or regional planning boards. So I don't think that's necessarily the route that you might be intending to do with this. I think the important part maybe is emphasizing that we did notify, like the city of Keene, we did notify the Keene abutters, if I may. Yes.
I think the Keene is affected because of the road going back and forth, and also the state, because of the depot that they have, you know.
So the city of Keene has been notified.
Right.
And the abutters that are in Keene have been notified. So I think that, I don't know if your motion would agree with that, but I think that would be, that we've notified the abutters. City of Keene would be the ones that would be affected because that's part of their road there. Up to the board. So as Julius was saying, that we will need to postpone the whole thing, if that, in order to give a regional, any other person that has regional authority.
We also have a letter from one of the abutters attorneys asking for basically the same thing.
Yeah, but they're asking for time to prepare for their case, right? And yeah, if it was the applicant, then we could grant that, but we don't really, yeah, we can take it under advisement, but we don't necessarily have to act on that. It's in the butter. So
we could deem the application complete if we find it so, and then postpone the consideration of.
We can postpone the public hearing. We can still look at the application and postpone the public hearing, because we probably wouldn't be able to open that up because we didn't give a regional board or anything a chance to weigh in on it. I think is what you're saying, and that's correct too, as far as I know. So
they would be, would that restrict the amount of time that we would have to go further?
it adds to it. It adds to the time. If it's
Because
regional
65
impact, it adds to it. That's the time on the end of the, that we have to
With
consider.
an additional 65 days or something like that.
No,
I don't think, is it 14 days, 2 weeks?
14?
Yeah. So it does do that. So we would be using that up if we accept the application is complete tonight, because our next meeting won't be for another 2 weeks. If you catch my drift, it won't be, we'd open up a public hearing, we'd still have the same amount of time regardless. So that's probably not anything that's really.
So you actually would check it's not in our regulations, but you can find it in the OSI handbook.
So, motion on the floor to designate this, that it has regional impact, seconded by Richard, and through our discussion, we're going to continue with that, or are we going to modify it to say that we consider that we, by noticing the city of Keene and the abutters, that we can move forward on it? And I guess the vote will tell that.
I'll amend my motion to that.
Okay, so your amended motion will be, you said, your amended motion will be to, that it has regional impact, and the planning board considers that we notify the city of Keene and the Keene abutters as proper notification.
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Richard, on the second? Because you seconded the motion.
Yes.
You do, okay. Any further discussion on that? Yes.
Somebody mentioned that the state has property there. Is the state required to be notified and have been?
I don't know if they've been notified. They're in a butter, but they haven't been notified.
Are they in butter?
Aren't they in the butter to the back of that?
I have to check the list.
I think they were on
It should be the back of the property. See if they're on the list. You have a copy of the butter list, right?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
looking for it.
no, the state hasn't.
No,
Yeah.
that's another list.
Now, what does that do for us? The state does need to be notified since they are in a butter.
It's an incomplete application, isn't it?
They're in a butter. I believe they're in a butter to the back, aren't they? Let's take a look at the map.
Yeah, I would say, if they want to confirm that.
Let's see if they really are.
Chad, what do you, did you see?
They are not.
Are they available? No.
Is there something in between? Would you just point out, or I'm gonna let me take a look at your drawing here and see. Number 3 is a subdivision. Subdivision is sheet 3. So it's all purpose owns that land all the ways out back there, is that correct? It looks like, yeah, they own the land completely out back to Monadnock Humane Society and to the Buffums there, so. And let's see, City of Keene is the other one, okay, you're correct. The state is not in a butter. Okay, back to the motion. Any other further discussion there? Dan answers that question. So, any other further discussion from anyone? And all those in favor of the motion that the board determines that this has regional impact, but only to the city of Keene, and we've notified the city of Keene and the Keene butters. That's what we're saying here. Okay, so, is there any further discussion? And all those in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion is passed. Now, that brings us to the approval of the minutes. We'll get that out of the way. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes in a second?
I move.
Motion
Approved minutes.
by Jane to approve the minutes and seconded by Victoria. Is there any further discussion on changes in the minutes? And all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, beyond that. Clear. Now, our first item up is that item A, that's a public hearing on the minor subdivision, and this is on the all-purpose storage in West, Storage West, and that's on the Base Hill Road there. And let's just have a look here.
So if you determine that it was a regional impact, we would hear the applicant, accept the application is complete, and we don't continue from that point forward.
I think we can continue from that point forward. You don't think so?
I don't think so.
No?
At least after reading
Oh,
guidance from there. I don't know if you want to take a look at this.
Now, let's just, yeah, we'll hear, we can go. We've got two things. We've got the subdivision and we've got the site plan. So. Your motion was for the subdivision and the site plan? Or
Yes.
just the site plan? Subdivision as well? Because the subdivision probably doesn't have regional impact. You're just providing a piece of land.
Okay, yeah.
But the site plan you
It would
do.
be just for the
So we can go through the subdivision, in my
We can go-
opinion anyway. I don't know about the rest of the board.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, and we can accept the application as complete or not complete, whichever way we go on the site plan review and continue until the next meeting. Since it's regional impact, according to Julie, they should really be notified if we're considering regional impact. And it probably is on Keenan Butter.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So you are not going to consider the boundary line adjustment, or you are?
We are, this one is the,
Oh, it's
it's a subdivision, yeah, and we are gonna do that
Okay,
because
you
it's
are.
just a
Okay.
subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so the subdivision, and that would be the a minor subdivision. And we have the application in front of us here. Page number 3 on that is the drawings for the subdivision.
Opening the public hearing, Mr.
We're seeing if the application is complete,
Oh,
then we'll
first.
open it up.
There you go. Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Just for the subdivision.
yep, that's page 3. And we're just gonna see if the application is complete, and we're just gonna go over the items on there. Just, it's less for the subdivision anyway. There. So we have name and address of the owner. And let's see. We have the plat submission checklist, and I can run down through them. Anybody wants to follow on the pages there? Or not, the subdivision name or title, and that would be all-purpose storage Swanzey LLC. They have that. The name and address of the owner is there. They've checked that. And the scale is 1:30. They're doing it 1:80 just so they can show the whole thing, which is fine. They're asking for a waiver there, which, again, planning board will grant the waiver. I'm sure we can grant that right now, or we can just run down the list. Let's just run down the list. And we have the north arrow. We have that there. And right there. Locust plan, we have it there up in the right-hand corner. Seal of surveyor. Down here, certified wetland scientist. There's a wetland scientist. Where's the surveyor? There's the surveyor right there. Here, get the surveyor. Under survey, including bearings, distances, and location of markers. And boundaries would be here. There, pipe. Bring that. The elevations, this is some water mains, sewers, culverts, drains, sewage and surface drainage, and they denote anything that's existing, which it isn't existing there. I do not believe Keen Water is down there anyway. They've included that. Easements, rights of ways, and buildings. I don't know there have been easements, but we'll get to that with when we do the public hearing. We're going to have to address that. All right, and location of property lines, including entire individual lots. There is frontage on public right of way. We have property lines delineated. And we've got topographical contour, boundaries, 5-foot intervals, 72. Or as 2-foot intervals, which is fine. That's a pretty flat piece there. Location of groundwater, if there is any. Let's see. Perk test. Didn't have to do with the perk test. I'm just going to ask a question. Mr. Brennan, you don't do perk tests. You're going to put a septic system on here, right? But there weren't perk tests.
You have done tests on both lines.
Oh, you have? Okay, you've marked it that and didn't apply to it.
It's not really required for
the subdivision?
Because we're over 5 acres.
Okay.
It's not-
And you have them on the site plan? Good, thanks. And soil mapping types and slopes and boundaries, and soil types, is right there. And included deed restrictions, if there are any deed restrictions, may or may not, don't know that. Open space to be preserved.
There's no deed restrictions actually.
Oh, we do have one there? Oh, that was
Right away.
okay, and that's shown, great, thank you. Buildings and other man-made structures remain that are there. There are the buildings right there. Proposed streets, rights of way. There's a right of way. The street is going to be a right of way, I would say. Final road profiles. We need to do that because the road's already there. All drainage and erosion control plans. We need to do that. The state subdivision septic approval is pending, and state highway municipal access permit is pending as well. So it looks to me like everything's on there. Anybody have anything else on there? It's page 3. The one we're doing sheet number 3 for right now.
I know, I was
Okay.
looking at something. I was listening to you.
Anybody have any questions for the applicant on that, whether this is complete or not? Would be comfortable. Soil survey data would be, Mr. Brennan, you have the soil survey, is that on this drawing or is that on one of the site plan drawings? It's usually on the drainage of the site plan, isn't it? I know I saw that in there somewhere, you had the soil survey.
It's really.
With this plan, Mr. Chairman, it triggers an alteration of terrain permit, so we have to do a site-specific soil survey, which is an actual detailed soil survey for that permit. So we typically, the NRCS soil survey, which is just an overlay of those soil boundaries. For this site, was really just the jurisdictional wetland one, which we have depicted on the plans. So we would be providing site-specific soil survey as part of that permit.
So technically, we don't have it yet.
So,
You wouldn't have it, because it would be part of that permit, which would normally be a condition of the site. But
That
we
has
do
been
have the soils boundary for just jurisdictional wetlands line, detailed on the plans. Technically, that is.
but yeah, okay,
Can you
so
open the mic? Thank you.
it's an item that has to be on there, so you can ask for a waiver on that, and that it'll come later, like you're saying, with the alteration of terrain permit.
I would be happy to do that.
Thank
So,
you.
I would be happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to formally request a waiver, because we're going to be exceeding that standard with the site-specific soil survey as part of the site feedback, which is on.
and it's, the soils are probably the typical, it's in Swanzey, the Windsor loan, I don't know,
That's-
52 or whichever that one is there. But it'll be with the site-specific permit there. So he's asking for a waiver, so we need a motion whether we're gonna have a waiver or not, to have them delineated on this drawing here or not, which they are not. I thought they had them here, but they don't. So a motion to grant the waiver or not grant the waiver?
I make the motion that we grant the waiver.
I'll second.
Motion by Brandon to grant the waiver for the delineation of the soil types, seconded by, write your name for a second there. Michael. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so that's a waiver. And if there's nothing else on the completeness of the application, then we need to vote whether it's complete or not, and to go to public hearing.
I move the application.
Let's step back just a second. Okay, we just did a soil thing. Is that really part of the subdivision, doing the subdivision? Or,
It'll
because
be,
if we've done something that's in 20, and we've gotten ahead of ourselves and opened up.
they'll need it for the site plan review, because we require it for the site plan review as well. The soil types in there and where they are.
But my question again is, have we gone into an area of 2020?
For overstepping that hearing that we're gonna continue.
Right.
No, we haven't, because it's required on both drawings. So, it's something that's required here, and they're gonna have it for the next part of it, which is the site plan review. So it's not gonna hurt anything that we don't have it here, because we will require it when we do have that public hearing.
It presumes that this subdivision will always be linked to the next stage of development. In other words, we could subdivide lacking that piece of information, and they could decide, oh, on second thought, we're not going to do the construction.
Yeah, right, that's true. We'd still grant subdivision, they may never do the subdivision, right, if they didn't do the project.
Is that what you're saying, that we sort of link the two?
Inadvertently.
What you're saying is that we've gotten into that public hearing part of it, which we probably aren't gonna do until
Right, because
2 weeks.
according, reading what we're supposed to be taking up is a 2-lot subdivision.
Yeah,
It has nothing to do with any construction or anything of that
No.
nature.
no, not at all.
So then why are we talking about soil,
Oh, I see what you're saying there.
et cetera, because that's part of 020.
Mhm.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I think the only reason it's being talked about is because it's technically in the checklist. You have the same checklist for both subdivision and site plan applications in town.
Right.
And because it's on the checklist, we have to formally address that item on both applications. Both applications are 100% independent of each other. So the board just approved the waiver for the soil mapping only as it relates to a 2-lot subdivision, which creates really large complying lots. So when we, I believe, and I'm certainly not intending to put words in anybody's mouth, but I believe what Mr. Chairman was stating is that we would have to address that same waiver with the site plan application. So they're really not linked from that regard.
And also the soil mapping shouldn't really have much to do with the actual subdivision itself as it would have to do with something going on the property. If the soil conditions, if soil mapping came in that the soil was not good enough to put something on there, you could still subdivide it, but you just couldn't put something on there. It's for the drainage wise is what we're talking about. So what I'm saying is that we're voting to grant them a waiver not to have that delineated on here for this at this point in time. But if they're going to put something on the property, which they intend to do, they would have to have that soil delineation on there to prove that the soil was good enough to build on and for drainage and so on and so forth. Yes.
So for purposes of clarification, I'd like to see an amendment to the motion, and it pertains to the first application for subdivision only.
Well, there is only one application for subdivision. That's this one. It's not a first one. It's the application for subdivision. We aren't dealing with the other one at all. We're just dealing with this one, whether we're giving them a waiver, not delineating that Windsor soil or whatever happens to be on that piece of property there. So I don't think we need to bring the other one into it at all. Just whether we're going to accept this as complete or not. I say that it is complete. That isn't on there, but again, it doesn't really stop you from subdividing. It just stops you from building something there if the soil is poor. So I think we have a motion on the floor still.
Yes, you still do.
So
We just have a vote.
all in favor of the waiver on the soil delineation, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay.
Are you voting?
So,
Oh, you did, okay, thank you.
so that's a waiver on that. So now, after that waiver is done, an application, a motion for completeness of the application would be in order.
I'll move that the application is complete.
Motion by Michael York to say that the application is complete and ready to go to public hearing. Correct? Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Jane. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, I will open up the public hearing. And Mr. Brennan, if you would make your presentation.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Chad Brannon. I'm a civil engineer with Fieldstone Land Consultants, and we're here tonight representing All-Purpose Storage Swanzey West LLC with their subdivision application over tax map 52, lot 16. The subject site has a physical address of 115 Base Hill Road. It is situated on the east side of Base Hill Road, and it's highlighted. The boundary of the perimeter of the site is highlighted in the blue line on the plan that we have before you this evening. The subject property consists of 10.093 acres of land, has about 560 linear feet of frontage along Base Hill Road, and the majority of the subject property is located in the business district. The zone boundary is also shown on the plan here. You can see it just clips kind of the northeastern corner of the site. So the portion of the property to the east would be in the rural ag district, and then the portion of the property, the majority of the site, is in the business district. The business district has minimum lot size requirements of 1 acre and 125 feet of frontage. And what we're proposing is a 2-lot subdivision, creating lots that would significantly exceed those requirements. There are some existing improvements on the subject property. There's a self-storage facility that's positioned along the southern portion of the site. And essentially what we're proposing to do with this application is to subdivide the self-storage portion and put that onto its own property so that we can then look forward to developing the northern portion into a different type of a development. In order to minimize impacts along Base Hill Road, we are proposing to share an access here. So the subdivision plan does show an easement for the shared access. And then, we do have some proposed easements stormwater-wise also shown on here, which is kind of taking a step ahead, but because we have planned for that, we do have some drainage easements on this plan as well. All of those easements would be between the two parties subject, or between the two lots that we're proposing. So the lot with the self-storage facility on it would be 3.143 acres in size. We have it depicted as parcel 52-16. And then just to the north of that, we have a 6.95 acre property proposed, which is depicted as parcel 52-16-1. Both of the lots would, far exceed the 125-foot minimum frontage requirements. We've depicted all of the applicable setbacks. We're not proposing any development in this application, so we're not really speaking to, anything that's proposed with the site plan. It's really kind of a simple, straightforward application. We believe we meet all of your criteria, and we hope the board would consider, an approval for this application this evening.
Okay, thank you. The hashed-in area where the driveway is, that's the boundaries of the easement. It looks like there are boundaries on there. Is that correct? Is that what that is? That's correct. We have defined that shared access and utility easement with that hatch. Okay, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding the easement that you will have for drainage, which way will it go? In other words, does the self-storage facility require the northern parcel to make its drainage work? Or does it go the other way?
So the self-storage facility, because of the date of that development, doesn't...
Let me just stop you there for a second, because you just got done saying we aren't proposing anything for that piece of land, and I know that you asked about it and stuff, but it really pertains to if we do the site plan part
But
of it
he's
there.
talking about an easement that's built into this.
He is talking about an easement.
It would
there.
benefit,
And-
I guess, just to answer your
Yeah, okay.
question in a very broad base, it benefits both properties because drainage from both portions of both sites will go there.
How does the easement will be on the,
It'll be on 5216, so it technically
Okay.
benefits
Okay.
16-1.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Yes, could you come up and identify yourself, please?
Mary Fish,
Mary Fish, you said?
Yes.
Okay, Mary Fish.
2 Base Hill Road. I have one question regarding the boundary lines. The map shows a boundary line that's very squiggled, and it shows that they found 2 pins and 2 pipes. It doesn't indicate who that property belongs to. When my husband and I purchased our land 46 years ago, we were told that that is our property line that goes into the field. And they haven't indicated who it belongs to and who it doesn't belong to. So I am under the impression that that is our property inside the field that they have surveyed, and I'm wondering why they didn't indicate who it belonged to.
Would you point out which property we're talking about?
Which property pen? This is up
Yeah,
there.
you can.
Where you found the 2 pins, you indicated you found the 2 pins over here, right up here, right here, and you didn't say who belongs to you. That was the green line right there, and I believe that is our property. Can you tell me if that's good?
So So what we are defining here, Mr. Chairman, is our boundary.
I just want to see what you pointed out.
And those are the two pins that they found there that are moving around. But they did indicate a line is their property.
That's correct. Everything inside the blue is the owner of all-purpose storage West LLC. We have defined this boundary.
So what did you define those two pins? How did you justify those two pins as theirs?
Well, we did the research, boundary research on all the adjacent properties. And we surveyed it. We did a physical field survey. There was title research done. And that's the decision for the boundary of the property. We certified to it. And so that is.
By your company?
Absolutely, yep. And the attorneys that did all the title research.
So not the decision by the city of Keene or the property?
Well, nobody, those adjacent property owners don't make decisions.
They don't make
There's
decisions
information
whether they
on.
pay taxes on them?
Just
Okay,
address.
I'm gonna let you talk, and
address
then I'm
me,
gonna
but-
talk. That's the way this works.
But, right, the decisions generally in that regard are made by the surveyors and not by the city or of the Keene or the city or town of Swanzey either. But surveyors from deed information that they research and title searches, as he mentioned as well, from the attorneys. So,
And you can see, Mr. Chairman, we do have a surveyor certification on the plan.
yeah, that's
That
right.
defines that we have defined the boundary on this property within appropriate state certification guidelines. So we've done the means and methods necessary to certify an appropriate boundary for this property.
And you can still privately dispute that regardless, if you wish to, and have it decided civilly. But that's not a matter for our board tonight.
I was just curious why they did not, indicate it.
And that doesn't answer your question, right? Or it does answer your question? It does not?
We represent on the plan that anything inside the boundary that's highlighted in blue belongs to our owner.
Okay. And any other questions? Yes, sir. Neil Fish.
It said that this section also needs an amount of frontage,
That is correct, yeah. And
and they're combining this with the one that's already there.
no, and they're splitting, well, I'll let Mr. Brandon talk to it, but they're splitting the property. You're ending up with two, if you would point that out.
So currently, sir, the property has frontage from this point along Base Hill Road, which is about 560 feet of frontage. And what we're doing is this orange line represents the proposed subdivision. So we're proposing a line here that would create this parcel 5216, and this one 5216-1. And the frontage on this new property would be about 225 feet, so we would far exceed the 125 foot requirement. And then this one is obviously more than that. It's the remainder of that 560 feet.
Yes, ma'am. Could you come up, please? We have to have it for the record, and people online can't hear you unless you use a microphone, so.
My name is Deborah Sprague. I live at 42.
Deborah Sprague. Sprague.
We bought our home over 48 years ago. We asked me time. The kids that needed the school bus had to go up and stand on the gas pump. I got them to bring buses onto our road to pick up our children. When the marketplace went in,
Let me just stop you right there for a second, because it sounds like you're getting into the site plan part of it. This is just dividing the property. We aren't getting into discussing what's going to be built on it yet.
well, I need to let you know that our road is already dangerous because of the marketplace and market basket.
And we'll be addressing that on public hearing when we discuss the site plan that's going in there. Right now, it's, It looks like it'll probably be postponed, but just stay with us and we'll let you know the date when it's gonna be posted or continued probably.
Traffic is horrible, the road
Yep.
is narrow, they haven't even cleaned it after our tornado.
And the planning board will look at that when the site plan comes up. And this is just for dividing the property, that's it, just a
So we will
small.
be notified again.
You won't be notified again. If we give you the date at the meeting when that public hearing is gonna be, that's when it's gonna be. And generally, you don't send out notifications prior to that if it's notified at the meeting, and we will do that. Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments? Anybody from the board? Then I will close the public hearing. So, have a look, discuss, motion. It's pretty straightforward. You're taking one lot and dividing it into two. They have the proper frontage. Easements on there. It's straightforward in that regard. And again, we're just doing the subdivision. We aren't talking about anything going to be built on it. So, motion would be in order, one way or the other.
Will we got something in the motion tonight?
I think it's you.
So moved.
A motion
It's
by
complete.
Michael York to approve, voting to approve.
The application.
We already did the application. That's
Right, I'm
complete.
sorry. I'm approving the
Approve the
subdivision.
subdivision. Okay, motion by Michael York to approve the subdivision. Is there a second? Seconded by Richard Lane. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we're through that part of it. That's the subdivision part of it. That brings us to the next item, which is the site plan part of it.
Mr. Chairman, may I address the board as it relates to the site plan real quick?
Pardon me?
May I
didn't hear you.
May I address the board as it relates to the site plan real quick?
Yep.
Since the board has deemed that the site plan is a regional impact, and I know the soil will be a discussion item for this particular application, and I do know that there is another application on the agenda this evening, I think we would just like to request a continuance to your next meeting 2 weeks from now, so that we can work on addressing that soils comment, so that we won't have to formally request that waiver for that. There's a few staff items that we'll be able to address in that 2 week time, if we can possibly be continued for 2 weeks. And it will also allow appropriate time for the regional impact notice. I think that by the sounds of the testimony earlier, that might create a situation more comfortable for the board, and we're happy to proceed in that fashion, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you. So what we can do is we can continue the entire thing until our next meeting, or we can go over the application now as complete or incomplete. The soils aren't on it, so we'd either give a waiver for that or deem it incomplete. And I don't think it matters to you whether we look at the application as complete or not this time, or wait until the next meeting, correct? That's correct. Okay, so probably the best thing to do maybe would be to postpone this item due to the applicant's request until our next meeting, and that would be September 14th. Thank you, Julius. September 14th. So that would be September 14th, right here, 6 o'clock. Okay? And you won't get another notice in the mail. That's it. Put it on your calendar.
Was there a vote for that, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman?
we need a vote for that.
I'll move. the
I'll
question.
second.
Just let me put this down here. Yep. Okay, motion by Michael York to continue this item due to the applicant's request until our next meeting at September 14th, and seconded by Brandon Self. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we'll continue.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We didn't really ask, We never really asked if there was anybody online that wanted to come in or anything.
No, actually, I didn't. I keep on forgetting that, but really,
Nobody's screaming, Rich, it's.
I think I don't know if anybody's on it. You know, he is over there. I think he would let us know. The guy running that would let us know if there's somebody raising their hand. But again, if not, you know, this is a public meeting and they can come to this meeting. Like everyone else comes to this meeting.
Randy and I need a quick break.
Okay, go right ahead. We're taking a 5-minute recess. Thanks. It's an odd thing. It's an odd thing. We're gonna have to get into that during that public hearing. It's not so much. I don't know if they.
I'm not also just, but no, we're all.
We don't want it.
Like a baby, for 3 years. And if you don't know, they still just say, well,
Just a reference to it.
let the water out unless you.
You have it back there. Yeah.
Trade focused storage of.
Yeah. And in my opinion, it's a decent concept. They have it. It's a needed thing. But, you know, they've got, as you were pointing out before, they've got that written down there. And they'll have to explain that and how they figure that one out.
And you walk down, my feet are getting wet, just walking.
Now, they had a soil scientist. This guy right here, yeah. And he put his stamp on that, essentially. He's got there's a paper in here anyways that talks about it.
Yeah, and then this whole issue here is. I mean, if you're standing right here, you're ready
Okay.
Well, here, so I'm standing with my feet on the low part, and here's the.
Good.
Yeah, what do you need?
They don't have the soil for it, they can build it there.
I need this is
Oh, I can flag it for, I don't know if they flagged it for wetlands and they usually flag it for wetlands.
It's almost like it's going to be the boundaries of the buildings, what it looks like.
Oh, that could be, that too, but again, if it's wet, it's too wet to build on there, the builder's not gonna build on it.
don't mind me. I just need to stand.
Standing is good.
Sorry, I got here, I got busy.
Selectmen, I'm requesting a pay raise for the planning board.
Well, that is.
Just one.
Good night.
Okay.
I thought you'd give me 100%, because 100% is zero hours.
I looked at it over town hall.
This is the copy that actually materials are drawn.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. And our next item is a boundary line adjustment, and that's a public hearing. TF Warren Incorporated requests a boundary line adjustment on behalf of FW Web Company. And that's for properties owned by Runway Fun Park and Keith and Kevin Bell. And that's at tax map 34, lots 32 and 32-1 at or near 471 Old Homestead Highway. And the properties are located in the business, residential, and rural ag districts. So, and we have the simple application for the boundary line adjustment, and everyone has a copy of it there. There is not a checklist that we go by. They're looking for a waiver, and that waiver would be for the scale that they're using. Because it's not the 50 foot, I think is what the regulations go. So they're looking for that waiver, and that's it for the scale. And in your packet, you have a small drawing of it. There's a large drawing of it there of the subdivision. So, oh, yeah, you can, right, you do that. I'm just getting through, we want to get through the paperwork, and we need to address that waiver first. So they're looking for a waiver. We require 50 foot per inch on the subdivision regulations, and they're giving us, I think, a 60 foot per inch, which no big deal really, but they're just asking for a waiver because that's part of our regulations, so we have to deal with that. So, anybody?
There's three different scales that I believe that I read that are involved in this.
Let's take a look and see. We'll find out right now what that is right there.
I think there's,
It's usually right there. Let's see it there. It is, they're using 60 feet per inch is what they're using on the drawing. And that's what they're asking a waiver for. It's right here.
I thought I read something in vicinity of 80.
Some of that.
You're looking at,
Be associated with site.
that's a site plan. So yeah, so this is just a lot line adjustment we're talking about here. And it's 60 feet per inch when we require 50 feet per inch. And again, it's not a big deal, it's a formality, so if anyone wants to make a motion that we grant them the waiver.
I'll make the motion that we grant him the waiver.
Motion by Brandon Self to grant the waiver of a 60 feet per inch scale as opposed to the 50 feet required. Is there a second? Second by Ken is here tonight. Seconded by Ken. Is there any further discussion? And all those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed? Okay.
That's just the second.
Ken did the second.
Thank you.
So, that being done, I'll open up the public hearing and give them a second to straighten that out. And meanwhile, anybody wants to take a look at the larger drawing, it's right here. He'll be giving his presentation. And we've got a copy of it in our packet with a smaller drawing right there, which pretty much tells us what's going on.
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Is the application complete? Is that something that you might have voted on?
No, generally on the lot line adjustments, we don't,
But you did that before with the other, which is a subdivision.
That's a
So you
subdivision.
did the subdivision, but not along the
This one-
boundary line adjustment.
yeah, they don't have a checklist on it, but they
I
have to
see.
include this, this,
Got
this,
it.
and this.
Understood.
Okay, if you're all set, then I've opened up the public hearing, and you make your presentation, identify yourself for the record, and go on.
Sure. My name is Matt Ruthier from TF Moran, representing the applicant, which is FW Web, through Greenleaf Construction. To the back here is Jamie Anderson on Greenleaf. The intent and purpose is to adjust the lot line from lot 32 and 32-1 to obtain roughly 2.012 acres for the proposed site plan that's next. That is the only reason the lot line is being adjusted. I know that there's the soils and all that information are associated with the site plan. And the intent, this lot, as it exists now, is currently 5.109 acres, lot 32, and we're adding an additional 2.01 acres for a total of 7.21 acres. It's a simple lot line adjustment. As you can see, the existing lot line here is here, and we're sliding it over to add this leg in this particular point. We exceed all requirements as far as frontage and size, and it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Yep, it will be straightforward. I'll see what he's doing there. They need extra, I think there was parking or something's going on there, but they need extra lot size for this site plan. So any questions from, any public there? Any questions from the board?
Can you repeat the frontage again, just so we can get it in minutes?
You're looking for the total frontage?
Yep.
I know I don't think I have a total written down on this. It's probably on the site plan application, the site plan
Yeah, I think
itself.
it's 1,037. If the site plan is the same, I think it's 1,037. I just want to make sure. 1,037.
I don't think
One
it's that.
thirty-seven?
Don't put that, I'm not so sure it's
You're
that.
not sure that's
Just-
correct?
Just don't put it down.
Don't write it
down. I think it's I thought it was 900 or something, but maybe not, I might be wrong about that.
No, I think it was 900 after we calculated it.
Okay. All right, so we'll just,
I'm asking now, well, I guess for the site plan, but also to make sure that we know what its frontage is for this application.
let's see.
Maybe I'm overstepping.
It's 1,038.
38. Oh, it's close. 1,038.
Oh, 38.
Yeah, it's 1,038 feet total frontage.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody from the public? Yes, sir. No, this is just for the lot line adjustment. The site plan is next, yes.
So, yeah, that's not true.
Nothing more, nothing further, then I will close the public.
In the boundary, it probably will come up in site plan. Looking at this, part of this property is resident part of its business.
And rural act, too.
Yeah, so we address that in site plan
Yeah.
only? Okay.
Got a trifecta there going on.
Mhm.
We'll take a look at it in site.
Mhm.
Any other further discussion here before I close the public hearing? I'll close the public hearing and board can deliberate. And it's pretty straightforward. We're going to line over, give them extra space to develop that piece of property. Any discussion? Any motion?
Motion, we accepted those.
Motion to approve the lot line adjustment by Richard Lane. Is there a second? Second by Jane. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, done with that part of it. Now we'll move on to the site plan review. So we can get into the details there. That's for the same piece of property, and that is item number D, which is the planning board number 23022. That's a site plan review. And TF Warren requests a site plan review on behalf of FW Web Company to construct the 58,085 square foot wholesale warehouse facility and associated site improvements on properties owned by Runway Fun Park and Keith and Kevin Bell. That's attachment map 34, lots 32 and 32-1 at or near 471 Old Homestead Highway. Properties are located in the business, residential, and rural ag districts. And upon funding the application meets the submission requirements of the site plan review regulations, the board will vote to accept the application as complete. Public hearing may follow immediately or will be scheduled for a time and date certain. So we're looking for the completeness of the application. Let's get our checklist out. So looking for, I'll just run down them again if I can here. So, let's see, they're asking for a waiver. Let's see. They're asking for a waiver for the scale again, which again is no big deal. Or they'll need a waiver for that. And let's see what else here. And a waiver for site plan trees along the frontage. And we can, I don't think we ought to grant that waiver yet while we're doing the completeness of it. That'll come up when we're discussing the whole site plan because it has to do with the number of trees along that frontage there. So we'll just skip over that waiver there. Really need a waiver is what the board approves of what the board doesn't approve of that. So the only waiver here on the actual completeness part is the scale. And get that out of the way right now, actually.
I'll make the motion that we approve it again.
Motion by Brandon that we grant the waiver to change the scale. Is there a second?
Second.
What? No. Okay,
Are you seconding or you?
no,
Well, let him second it first, and then we can discuss we're on the motion and you second it.
well, he's suggesting that a motion of 1 to 50.
One to
Well,
60.
1 to 60, and there are 3 different scales here. I mean, there are 2, because there's 1 to 80 at some point on this also.
But it just has to do with how it fits on the plat, really. The scale really isn't a huge deal to the planning board here.
No, so I'm just covering our bases.
Oh, yeah, okay. So if we give him a motion to grant him a waiver on the scale or scales, if there are multiple scales, then that should cover it.
Make it plural, that's fine.
Plural. Motion plural. You made the motion, you second it. Second. Good. Okay. Any further discussion? And all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. That's out. Let's see. Where was I there? Right there. So, name and address of owner is on there. Tax map and lot number are on there. There's those. Tax map lot number right there. North arrow. North arrow right there. Plat comparer, name and address of plat comparer.
They have added because there's 2 applications on
Right there, it's the engineers, that's them. Cindy sketch is right there.
this. Yeah, this is the full time doing.
This is budding landowners, yeah, I don't see him on this plan, oh yeah, I do see him on that plan, okay, landowners there, and there. Physical features, uses within 200 feet, you've got them on the perimeter there, not much physical, see how it's all flat. There. And if I'm wrong, just jump in if I'm saying something wrong here. perimeter boundary lines, lot, area in square feet and acres. And, oh, that's here someplace. You have on one of your drawings delineated in acres and square feet on one of your drawings that you know about the top of your head? I'm just checking, going off.
I believe so.
You don't know which one it is?
I do know it's on, the lot line.
Oh, that one there. Okay. I see four.
It may very well be on the site plan as well.
Well, that drawing is included in the site plan. I think that would be drawing C4. Boundary lines, acres, so, yeah, okay, right there, boundary lines. And where's the square feet? Yeah, 5.19 acres, 222,552 square feet. Yep, that's there. Shape and size, and height, location, and use of existing structures in the site. Those that are proposed, and that's what's existing there, showing us there. And other places in here are the proposed buildings that we've seen. I know that's there. Let's see, name and location and widths of any existing and proposed roads on the property. And see, we have the driveways. They're not in this plan, but they are in the other plans there.
On C7.
Is it C7? All right, the overall site plan, yep, C7. Yep, and there they are. Location and number of parking and loading spaces. They are there. Parking. Landscape plan, I know is included in there because I saw it on here. Landscape plan right there. Location type, system, you propose lighting. I know there's a lighting plan in there because I saw it before.
Also no X.
Good, maybe something. Let's find out. I thought I saw it. Yeah, there's a lighting plan. Reference associated landscape. So you don't have a lighting plan in there?
There is one.
Yeah, I thought there was one. I don't see it on here. It's not a numbered drawing anyway. It's a reference plan by Associated Professionals, lighting plan. Is that in here?
They do have a lighting plan. They do have a lighting plan.
I know it's someplace. Oh, there it is, right? That's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's it right there. It's the very last.
It's kind of more colorful looking, I think. Yeah, that's it.
That's it, right?
Couldn't see it.
Yep. That's the one there, that lighting plan. I'll find my place again. Natural features such as water bodies, ledge, outcropping, wetlands, and so on and so forth. I don't think there's any wetlands on there. There's a general layout of it. Existing and proposed grades and topographical contours at flat intervals. And again, there's not much on there. Look like this. And C9 is, and that's proposed. And let's see the existing conditions. There it is. Yeah, that's just about completely flat. And that's existing somewhere, except for over there, right? And 12 is 2 foot interval. But size and accurate location of all existing and proposed water mains, culverts, fire hydrants, and fire ponds. There aren't any fire hydrants over there, and there's no water over there that I know of either, no water mains. It's not marked because these are providing water supply. I know they have a well on there someplace I saw on the drawing. It's not on this one, but I know there's a well there, or there's an existing well. So surface drainage patterns, and they have that on that for the proposed drainage drawing, we've got that. This one is not a sign error, copy of certification. You're putting in a new septic system, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much been signed off minus the DOT permit.
Okay. Okay, location and type of proposed sewer disposal systems, again, that's covered there. Say a well showing 75-foot radius, that is in this set of drawings. Okay, soil survey data from Chester County Soil Survey, and those are delineated. Non-existent, let's see.
The soil information should be on the grading sheet, but it is site-specific soil, which is more, again, specific to the site. It's calculated by a soil scientist.
That would be on C9 that you're grading on?
I believe
Yeah, and I was just looking for the, so, and how is that delineated? I'm just seeing.
Site-specific.
Oh, it's in the application you're talking about, or it's on the drawing?
It should be on the drawing. I believe. Typically, we have a table that shows that it's pretty much it's all one soil group.
Oh, it's way up here. Yeah, it's one.
It's also on the overall site plan.
Yeah, we got it. It's Colton. 22 Colton is what it is. The entire site is that. Yeah. Locations of any existing or proposed easements, deed restrictions, and/or comments, covenants. And again, I don't know of any. I guess there might be some on there. I know that the lot line it doesn't be on there. They have included here. And architectural plans are not there, but these. Those are, okay, so they're included as well. Okay, and that's the last item. Any discussion on the completeness of the application? If not, a motion to accept the application as complete and ready for public hearing will be in order.
Motion is complete.
Motion by Richard that the application is complete and ready to go to public hearing. Is there a second? Second by Jane. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Completeness part of it. And we will move on to the site plan review and we'll open up the public hearing. And you may make your presentation.
Sure. Matthew Ruthier from TF Moran, representing the applicant FW Webb. As previously discussed in the lot line adjustment, we have an existing lot 34-32, which is 5.09 acres, and we are adding an additional 2.012 acres from 32-1. The intent and purpose of that is obviously to supply enough room to construct the site as well as construct the stormwater detention pond. We are proposing a 43,628 square foot warehouse office showroom associated with FW Webb with the associated improvements. We are providing 60 spaces based on a variance that was granted previously. We're utilizing standard spaces that meet the town requirement to the south of the building along New Hampshire Route 32. On the west side of the building, we're utilizing larger spaces just due to the contractor vans. Those would be 10 by 20 with a 30-foot access aisle. On the rear and east part of the building, there will be some additional contractor spaces, parking spaces to the north. The area to the north and east of the building will be completely surrounded by fence in order for security. That will follow all around the perimeter and come back and tie into the building to the east near the truck entrance. We're proposing 2 access points to New Hampshire Route 32. The western one would be mostly for contractors and people visiting the showroom, which is located in the front of the building. The driveway to the east or north will be for truck traffic only, for deliveries and whatnot. We are treating, it will have on-site utilities. We're proposing a well in this area here. Our septic will be located in the back up here. We're directing all surface runoff and roof runoff to the stormwater ponds. We have 2 of them, one to the east and northwest. These will all infiltrate and be filtering practice, just due to the sandy soils and rapid permeability. The state requires us to slow those down and create some kind of filter. So those will all be filtered back into the ground and recharged. We have provided landscaping for your newer regulations. Obviously, we're looking for a waiver in regards to the frontage and the requirement. And that's pretty much the base point of it. The loading docks are in the rear. There will be an access drive-in door for inside the building, as well as one to the north. Everything is provided low level cutoff lighting to meet the requirements, dark sky compliant. And that's pretty much the general program that's before you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board here before we get started on the presentation?
Where's your snow storage unit?
We have snow storage highlighted on our overall site plan, I believe. There'll be some snow storage here, pretty much straight from the parking back. We have this whole area that we are utilizing as storage. This is somewhat of a depression that then will, as it drains, it will run out into this basin. And we have some additional storage here because it's actually bermed up to that pond as well, so we'll keep it pretty much into the parking. This parking, for the most part, is sheeting down to the edge along some bituminous curb to the outlet point there.
Would you address your traffic study? You did a traffic study by the looks here, correct?
Yes, it was a general trip generation memo.
And I see that you did it under the category of warehouse development or warehouse. And it just seemed a little, the traffic seemed a little low to me for what this is going to be. This is going to be a little bit more than a warehouse, right? Because there's a showroom there. It's going to be wholesale, but the contractors are going to be coming in and out of there purchasing, supplies for the day as they do up Keene there, and where it's up Keene. It seemed, I think it was 8. Let me see if it's here. It looked like on the peak hour, weekly AM peak hour, Jason Street, let's see, total trips 8, PM peak hour, Jason Street, total trips 9. And is that submitted to the state, or is that just submitted to us for right now?
That has been submitted to the state. Again, part of the the adjustment on the traffic is you're looking at peak hours, where again contractors are going to be coming in times that aren't necessarily on peak. The hours I believe start at 6:30 and go to, I think it was, what was the? Yes. So 6:30 to 5 during the week. Saturday, I believe it's 12, and then Sunday they're closed. So again, the hours that the trucks will be coming will be typically 6 to 7 a.m. So those are obviously included in the traffic report as peak. But the remainder of the stuff will typically be off peak.
But you must have information from your other locations, correct? Even the one in Keene, for that matter, traffic location. I've been to the one in Keene before, and it just seems to me that there's more traffic than that going in and out of that one up there, and that's going to take the place. This one's going to take the place of that one, correct? Do you have any numbers from your other locations that you could bring to the board for just traffic numbers? It's just, you just figured it as a warehouse trips in and out, and I think there's going to be more than just warehousing going on there. it's got a showroom there. And again, there'll be contractors in and out of there to purchase the goods, and they may be bringing clients in and out of there to the showroom for the bath and shower or whatever they've got going on there.
Now, wouldn't the general public be allowed to go in like they are this one?
Well, yeah, I would imagine the
That's
general
gonna
public.
drive more traffic.
It seems like the category would more appropriately be something like a lumber yard, like Hamshaw's. It's that kind of blend of customers.
Yeah, I mean, again, the classifications typically was done by our traffic departments, typically based on the overall use of it. But
Based
again,
on square footage?
Correct.
Because 55% is the yard, basically, right?
Correct, and it's considered a warehouse use just because of the nature of it. Again, warehouse can be kind of twofold,
But that's what I mean about that, being a warehouse, you wouldn't think that there's too much traffic in and out of the warehouse, but this is like, it's designated as, on the sign probably will be FW Web Company Wholesale, not necessarily warehousing. I know you're gonna warehouse stuff there, but you are gonna sell wholesale there, and you're gonna sell to contractors, they're in the morning before their jobs are gonna be going in and out of there. I think we should have a more accurate number, whether it will make any difference or not to the state, because that's their road. They initially look at the numbers on, but I think it may make a bit of a difference. Don't know, but it should be. I think it's a board decision.
When was this traffic survey done?
Again, what the board needs to understand that this is a trip generation memo, so it's based on standards. There was no counts done. It doesn't base it on the counts. It's based on empirical data that shows what is going to this type of property.
But that data has to be collected within a time frame. What I'm getting at is, if you've done it during the summer, you don't have bus traffic, you don't have student traffic or teaching traffic.
As I was trying to clarify, again, there were no counts conducted.
This is typical,
this is
right?
a
This is what's
standard,
typically done on
right.
a warehouse, and that was my point about you using just a warehouse delineation as opposed to warehousing and sales, whether it's not retail sales, it's wholesale.
We've reached out to DOT, have not heard yet, but they will obviously, give us their request should they think that it's going to generate more. They would request us to do more as far as the study goes.
But as you reach out to them, did you say it was just a warehouse?
Well, again, they're very familiar with these types of reports and stuff.
So they should know the company, I would think.
Right. So if they request more from us, obviously we'll provide it. But the standard is a trip memo because it didn't meet the threshold that then requires a standard full-blown traffic. So.
Yeah, and they have their traffic studies that they've done of that road fairly recently, I think. But again, getting back to the trip generation, I think they should know, and the board should know too, what the standard trip generation for a wholesale, as well as even a showroom or something like that would be, as just, instead of just for the warehousing. Because there's gonna be more than just warehousing there. What's the board think about that?
I would agree with that. I think it's the retail part of it too, because that's kind of, I've gone in there to get licensed. There's usually quite a few people go in and get there.
Yeah.
The homeowner that wants to do the stuff himself.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's going to be designated as wholesale, but it's probably going to end up being more like a retail rather than a wholesale as far as trip generation, I would think anyway.
I think most of the traffic at the existing web is in the room where all the racks are, the interior space, the sales room.
So I think more information in that regard, the board might want to see. And the state, they can make their determination. Again, it's their road. They have the final say on it. And they say it's fine, then it's fine. The board should know. Let's see, what else? Any other questions on the site plan from the board? Let's see.
I have a lot of questions about landscaping, but I can put those off.
Now, let's get into that because of the waiver that they asked, or more or less waiver, the landscaping of those trees in the front there. We need to discuss that. So is that part of what you had on there? I think I have a copy of it.
Yeah. So I did a review, I looked at the landscaping.
No, damn.
We're between town planners right now, and so I wanted to look at this very carefully. And I also wanted to look at this very carefully because this is a part of town that we're used to seeing as a big open expanse of green, okay? That's what all we've known forever. And this, how this looks is going to affect a lot of people who use Route 32 as a major artery in Swansea. So I can start with the plantings themselves, or I can go through the regulations and make comments. Do you have a preference?
However you'd like.
Okay, alrighty. So for planning board members, I did put together a spreadsheet looking at the specific plants that are proposed, okay? Do you have a copy of that? Is it in here? Yeah. Okay. And I want to bear these particular species in mind as we think about where they're going to be. It's color-coded here. So we have three kinds of shade trees shown here. The first one is the Machia, or Amur Machia, and they've got 11 of those shown along this edge here, and a couple others tucked in here and there. And then 8 flowering crab apples, which are shown in orange, and they're kind of spotted in here and there. And then the primary planting is the 24 Japanese flowering cherries, which are all along this front, okay? And I looked up each of those species in our handy book here. And our source is the Manual of Woody Landscape Plants by Durr, and learned that the Amur is a nice tree, okay? It's going to grow to be about between 20 and 30 feet, and it's going to have equivalent spread. It's a slow-growing plant, so it'll 12 feet over 20 years. You know, it's not going to shoot right up, but it's a very attractive tree. The crabapple is going to be a problem, okay? It will grow to be 20 to 25 feet, which is great, but this particular cultivar is severely susceptible to scab and also susceptible to cedar apple rust and fire blight. And I would have to recommend that you look more closely. If you're going to use that kind of, if you're going to use a crabapple, there are varieties that aren't going to die quickly or be very unattractive. And the third one, the Japanese flowering cherries, I think is, it is not a long-lived plant, okay? 15 to 25 years is probably all we're going to get out of those. It suffers from canker, virus, and borers, and it's often short-lived. So, then the other, those are the shade trees that are proposed. Then there are two evergreens, there are two kinds of evergreens. One is the Colorado spruce, which grows up to a height of between 30 to 60 feet. That's probably a good choice for this site, but 30 to 60 feet might be a little bit tall for what you want to have. And then the giant arborvitae grows to anywhere between 50 and 70 feet.
Yeah, I have to comment that typically when you look up plants online, you're not going to find these standards. What they're using is a standard tree. These are from a local nursery, and because we're in the airport district, we obviously cannot go to that height with trees.
I'm not saying
so.
That.
I would just caution that some of the standards that are found, both in Durr as a landscape architect, myself, and sources available a lot of times they just use the standard plant and not the different varieties which have been manipulated to be in better producer, better health, and not be as susceptible. So I just wanted to make that.
I'm not really sure what you're saying, but all I'm saying is, I think we would prefer for the trees that are there to live a long, healthy life, okay, because we need good screening on that property. And then there are, just for the planning boards, everything else is a fairly small shrubbery. So, in looking through our regulations, we call for a minimum of 1 tree for every 30 feet along the perimeter of the parking area where parking spaces are provided. And it looks like you're showing, you've got 6 of the Aimer here, and it looks like you're counting one of these crab apples as your 7th tree.
Mm-hmm.
And I would hope that you would, rather than double count that crab apple as your parking lot tree, to put a 7th Aimer at the farthest corner. I can't do the directions.
Why would that be? You know, what are you
Because
screening, the airport? I mean, the airport's at that further part of
the
the property.
approach from Route 32, as you come around, we're really going to see this side.
But just to play devil's advocate here, you know, you're looking, your sight distance is going like that, looking there, you know, anything this corner of the building. And, you know, they may agree to put a tree over there. I'm just pointing out that it might be kind of a waste to do it because there was a road come in like that, was it like so? I don't know if you see the corner of the building. You're gonna see the building anyway, regardless of what you got for trees there. They were the proper distance apart. Let's see, yeah, they're 30 feet apart. But I don't know, what I'm saying is, I don't know if you really need it screening there or there. That's more screenability. And you're also suggesting, before we get further to you, you're also suggesting that they change these crab apples, is that correct? I mean cherry trees.
Yeah.
Because of their disease tendency to die or?
Yeah, they're just not going to do well there.
No.
There are other species that they could use instead. I'm not, you know.
And you think they'll do well there because of what you're?
Well, I mean, is there a particular species that you think we've got to, because, you know, the challenge for us is obviously the height limitations on vegetation.
Right.
And because we're next to the highway, we can't just go plant a tree, it's gonna then be 60 feet tall.
I
because we're in
understand,
the front.
I understand.
So
the
everything
argument.
has to be,
Fine, what I would, if I were in your shoes, I would try to find another cultivar of that tree
Yep.
that's going to have greater success, that's less susceptible.
we
to-
certainly can look at
Yeah.
that, absolutely.
Do you have any suggestions off the top of your head? Or do you, Victoria?
No, it's not, that's not for me to say. If he's a landscape architect, he knows them, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can look at the different options, again, it's a difficult spot, simply because you're gonna have spray from salt and sand, and you're limited to the height, so.
So you feel that the crab apples will do okay with the salt, spray salt,
Or the cherry?
for the cherry?
They're typically pretty hardy when it comes to urban environments. You know, again, because of the height limitation, it's rather difficult to find something that, you know, is going to fill in and match the landscape based on limitations that we're given.
Okay, let's nail down that, let's nail down the number of those trees there too. You're suggesting another tree right there, right?
I am, because that's what the regulations call, the minimum requirement of the regulations
Yeah.
would be to have 7 trees in
And
the
they're
row.
coming this one, so.
They're applying this one to the parking area, as far as I can tell.
And do you see what we're talking about there?
Yeah,
You're
you're
double
talking
counting.
about the bump out island where we're putting the trees.
Yeah, that you're counting one of those instead of the trees on the perimeter,
So as we typically do this, and again, this is kind of an education for you, how we calculate things. So when we do perimeter for parking, we actually say this parking comes straight across. What we do is we do a full perimeter line all the way around and pretty much stop it where the edge of the parking is, because once you pass a certain point, it's a drive aisle, it's not parking. So that's how those calculations are
How do you
done.
calculate that one?
Slide them all down.
What's that?
How do you calculate that one? From there to there? Is that what you said?
Yes.
You did not from there. From there to there?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's how you do it, then the math would work to slide this whole row down.
Yeah, we certainly can slide
And
it
add the
down and
extra tree.
add that
Yeah,
additional
yeah.
tree. I don't see a problem with that.
Okay. And this one would end up here and.
Yeah, it's just a
And you have
shift.
another
Yeah,
bit there.
just
One-
shift it down.
So you'd have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trees
Yes.
on the, is that the east side or southern, yeah, southwesterly southwesterly side of that parking area. Okay, let's move on to these. There's a number of these trees that they're asking for less than the frontage requires.
All right, so we actually have been working on a miscalculation of the frontage because we were working on, what, I think 900 and.
Yes, I just picked up on that,
Yeah.
that there seems to be some discrepancy.
And the true number is actually 1,038.
I believe so.
Okay, which
Yep.
means that rather than, you were asking to have a waiver to reduce that total count by 7 trees, but actually you need to have 34 trees, is that?
35,
35 trees are actually what's required.
34.6 is what.
So we get proposing 24, right?
Yeah, and I don't see any rationale for that, okay? In your waiver, you're talking about that they interfere with the flight path, but you've got taller trees in other parts of this proposal, and furthermore, and you also say that there's an issue with utilities, but you haven't defined any utilities that would be in this area where you're asking to half the number of trees.
There are overhead utility lines there.
There are telephone poles here, there's a telephone pole right
Telephone
there.
poles, currently there are a bunch of encroachments.
It shows the
for
overhead
telephone.
right there.
Okay,
Right.
I see one, but if you can get away with all of these, why can you not also get away with the ones in between?
Well, again, as most people understand, you're trying to screen, again, you're trying to soften this.
Okay.
So that's how we looked at it. Again, the point of having a building that is to have some recognition without a full wall of trees.
So what your waiver is then perhaps not accurate in that the reasons that you give in your waiver
Again, it
aren't
is-
your real reasons.
Well, it is to some degree, obviously, because of the fact we have a different elevation change, so we are climbing.
Yeah, that's a lot
Okay.
higher than that is down there.
Okay, but our regulations call for 34 trees along,
They call for 30 feet between the
35
trees.
trees, 35.
You've got 30 feet between all these
Yeah,
trees
and
here,
then 60.
and then 60
So
between
he
those
can
trees
fit,
there.
he can fit them in and still,
So these must be what you drew in there.
those are the
guess,
ones
right?
I drew.
Yeah, you drew in there. So the rest of the board needs to take a look at that, and we need to make a determination as to whether they should be 30 feet on center all the way there, or 60 feet on center all the way. So as we move through this, we'll address the next thing. So anybody have any, can you see what we're talking about here? Want to come up, take a look at the plans? Come up.
What did you just say? You said it very quickly.
Um,
We need to consider if they have what or what?
They're asking for less amount of trees along that perimeter there than is required for our regulations. They've got, we require them to have 30 feet between trees,
Which is what we show here.
this is 30
Right.
feet, and that's screening
And
their
this is half
storage
the
area,
number.
the large storage area back there. And then they're softening it, it's like he put it, softening it there, they want the building to be seen a little bit more, so they put the trees on 60 feet on center here.
Well.
And that's part of what they're asking for as a waiver. And I guess
This
the,
is original, these are original, and I added in between pencil lines.
We get into a sight line.
I don't
One of
think
the
so.
breaks, I can't unplug it.
This is original, this is original. They're just,
No,
There's nothing there.
Right, no, but I'm saying these are the ones that they put in.
Victoria
They
added
show.
those in, those penciled ones in there. But yeah, a slight distance there. Where's the post office out there? Yeah, one or two came in there.
Pretty much right where this line is.
Oh, right there. So, I'm wondering if the site issue.
There is a site distance, I believe the trees are on the site distance plan profile.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they are on that.
So we've made sure they're behind that, so that we don't have any problems. Exiting that.
Put them in about,
So this is at 20.
they're in about 10 feet from the edge of that road.
That's this.
Yeah, that's, I don't know if that's the center, that's 10 feet right there from that line to that line.
Is that center 32, or is that?
I don't think so. That can't be the center of 32. right?
This is the edge
What's
of
that line?
32? The north edge?
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Okay, so you come up and you have, you do your up above.
Yeah, we're on the high end. Obviously, the trees wouldn't produce much if they were down the hole.
Right. Those are these right here. That, I think it's that. Beauty bush, they call it there. That goes on.
Yeah. Have you grown that before, the beauty bush? So it's sort of, kind of scruffy.
So the question is, those are 30, those make it fine. The question is the distance between these trees. They're 60 feet now. Should they be 30 feet? Should they be 50 feet? Should they be 40 feet? You know, let's determine that.
If we put them on, at this spacing, we're still giving them a waiver. If we continue the spacing that's shown here, all the way across here, we're still giving them a waiver of 2 trees because the frontage calculation was inaccurate to begin with. So these drawn-in trees represent how many should be there for the 935
If we say 30 feet, then whatever the 30 feet comes out, they're gonna have to put that many trees in there.
Right.
Regardless of the calculation was wrong or not. If it's 30 feet, it's gonna come out to that measurement there. But I don't know whether you want to see that whole line of trees there. I think it's a nice design, maybe not 60 feet between, maybe 50 feet between, maybe 40 feet.
I can offer that most towns do typically 40-foot spacing, 40 to 50, just because when you have a good-sized tree with a canopy, you're talking at least 25 feet per side of the tree.
But these aren't good-sized trees. These are
Well,
small trees,
right.
you know,
But
they're not
you know,
like
again,
towering oaks.
that's kind of the standard, and as I said before, we're kind of limited.
These are small ornamentals is what they are.
What is this scale? So, it's 40 feet, you would put a tree right there. 40 feet, and again, another 40 feet like that, so it'd be about 3/4 of the way to where he's got an existing tree, if it was around a 40-foot.
Okay,
Right
so
there.
they're already, look at what we're looking at. If we're trying to screen this yard, the building is gonna be, but the rest of this is just gonna be pavement and
Yeah,
All right.
storage racks or,
it's
a lot of
gonna
storage
be
out there.
urban.
Yeah.
So, I don't think we wanna try giving more space to trees. in the
We're bringing
village.
30 feet up into there.
Well, we've already got some open space here. I mean, there's no landscaping along this front part. So this is the only protection we have against that.
Better than what's there now, looking at that junk pile of old rides that's sitting there, there's absolutely nothing there.
Happy memories were there for a few moments.
That's what the building looks like.
Yeah.
That part there, right there.
And do you know what color this is? Is it sort of red?
It shows. It's dark on the overhang there.
What is the roof? The top
of the roof?
How's the roof?
Okay. Okay, so.
All right, yes,
We're discussing the number of trees and spacing.
that's right.
Given the proximity to the airport and the major roadbed in town and our climate conditions, are these types of trees suitable for all of those factors put into one location?
All the factors, you said, right, yeah.
The airport and the airport fumes, traffic and the traffic fumes, and our climate conditions. Are these types of trees suitable for that location?
Suppose that question could be asked about any tree. If you're gonna go by that, you take a look at the airport, there's a lot of trees growing around the airport. We had
Yeah,
to,
we're not
had
talking
to
about
cut
the
it
same
all
types
cut
of
down.
trees, are we?
Probably not, but
Yes, that's why I asked, are these suitable for these conditions?
Are you thinking like more native species which might be more suitable?
Possibly, I don't know
how
much about.
many fumes do you think are gonna come off of those planes coming in and out of the airport? It's not like it's JFK there, we've got a small airport there. It's not much, I've flown out of the airport.
I've flown out of there many times.
Yeah, so it's not that much activity going there, so I don't know if that's really something that we can hold them to, that, well, that tree isn't
No,
gonna.
but something that we need to consider.
Yeah, we can consider it, but we need to be able to decide something too, instead of considering everything all night.
Japanese cherries and crab apples don't acquire an enormous height.
Yeah.
So I don't worry about those. And we're not planting oaks and elms and
White pines and.
pine trees.
No airplane knows.
We removed all those a few years ago.
Except the Colorado spruce, they are planting some of those.
Are they?
They are, and they're planting giant arborvitae.
Well, they'll have to
If they get
trim
too
them.
high, then the FAA's gotta come in and tell them to cut them down.
So let's get back to the spacing, let's iron that out. What are we gonna do?
I think,
What do you
I think they could put them all in and that way we'll be safe.
Put 30 foot in between?
Yeah.
Richard, what do you think?
I think I'd like to add another 10 feet to the spacing on it.
You mean like subtract another, like it's 60 feet now, you mean subtract 10 feet?
No, bring it down, instead of the 30, put it like 40, there's a compromise type of thing, because 30, you're gonna be extremely dense in there. And granted, it'd be nice around
that's our
the
regulation.
staging area where they have storage and stuff, but if you continue it on down beyond the retail and wholesale part of it, then you're camouflaging the building, just covering up the building. Or you maybe go 30 or 40 feet or so up to the edge of the parking area and then space it out further, open it up further.
They've got 30.
Up to here.
Yeah.
And then
So that way, you
open up like they did there.
You can still see what's in there.
So that's an extra 60, let's see, 2, 4, 6, yeah. So.
Those are
Really?
spaced 30 feet apart, but I drew it in, so 30 feet.
Oh, okay, so those are 30 feet apart.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's adding an extra 2 more trees right there. So that'd be 30 feet spaced all the ways up to about the corner of that building right there, and then
And open it up from there.
out a little bit better. Yeah,
So
that's-
then we'd be
that's not
giving
bad
them a
plan.
waiver for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We would be giving them the waiver for 7 trees that they've requested.
Well, if we leave it at the 60-foot spacing.
But if you drop it,
If you put it to 40 or 50, let's see, right there, this is, no, 60 right, yeah, this is, looks like 60 right there. 40 might be better there, like you were talking about.
Has anybody, can you picture driving past, I think it's the old Homestead Cemetery, where all the little, what are those, Jane? They're either cherries, flowering cherries, or flowering crab apples.
Where are you, down Route 32?
Yeah.
Those are
yeah.
crab apples.
Those are crab apples, and.
Rachel Schneier's yard has
Yeah,
crab
And
apples
they've
that are
been there
huge.
for 15, 18 years,
At
and
least.
they're about 10 feet wide, okay? So they just, these are not big, glorious
These are cherries,
trees at
though.
all.
We're talking about cherry trees right there, not the crab.
We don't
Yeah,
have
they got
any
crab apples
Japanese
down.
cherries around here. We go to Washington to see those.
So then, if it were 30-foot spacing right to the edge of that building there, and then change to 40-foot spacing the rest of the way from here. What do you think, Mike?
I like that compromise.
Well, I have a question.
I say we
What-
pave it. That way you don't have to worry about the things looking like crap, and if you don't like it, then don't look at the goddamn thing.
Scott, which way is this facing here? Is this the corner? And you're coming
Yeah,
up
that's
from,
that, you're
you're
right.
coming up from the
That's-
center?
That is this corner right here.
All right.
Right?
And that's where you don't
think
want,
so
they
anyways.
don't want as many trees, and that's where you're coming up from Swansea Center. And that's where the big red sign's gonna be
That's
on
the
the
sign
end of
right
it. I
there,
don't
right?
have
Yeah,
any
that's
trouble
that corner
seeing
right
it.
there. Yeah, that's that corner.
Huh?
Yeah, you're right, that's that corner that we're talking
Okay,
about
and
right
this is
there.
the big red sign.
Yeah, this is right on the front of the building, it's right there. I believe it's
Right.
right there, it looks
And
like,
that's the part they want to be easily
it's
seen.
that sign right there you're talking about, correct?
Yeah.
It's that banner right there, yeah.
Oh, they only made it a banner,
That's all it is, yeah, just that banner. Yeah, the whole building isn't red like it was before.
I remember we talked about that at length.
We did, and they accommodated it. The whole building is gray except for that red banner in front there.
Oh, what's this over here?
That's gray, that's,
Right, okay,
I don't know if
good,
there's a-
that's good.
It's this color right here.
Okay, okay.
And
But
it
this
sticks
is
up
what-
about 30 some odd feet, 35 feet maybe, something like that.
Now,
I think this is
where it
peak.
says FW Web Company, that's where you want people to see that.
Well, we're not gonna
And
be able to
where
hide
it
the whole building.
says, where it says Frank Webb Home, you're not that concerned.
Well, it's the showroom, obviously it's for, general public showroom. But just the FW web sign alone should draw people to the building.
That's right there.
But you know what? Those trees are not gonna be that big if you put them all in there. They're not gonna hide anything.
They're not, I'm not
No.
gonna hide anything.
What's the height of the bush
Well, you
15 to 25.
the height difference from pretty much finished grade, near the building is close to 512, I believe, and the road's about 8 feet higher.
Oh.
So add another, crab 15 feet probably in height. Again, depending in a perfect situation,
We're talking about the cherries again.
those as well.
Same
They're all gonna be pretty close to 15 diameter.
And they're gonna be up higher than
15
the
up.
building. Okay,
There's a natural berm.
okay. Well, I think Richard's suggestion might be good.
Yeah, I think so too. You don't want to cover it up entirely. They do want people to see the building a bit, and it's not that obtrusive through there, but
If
what
it
you're talking
suits-
about, what Richard said was 30 feet on center, all the ways up to the corner of that building, and then 40 feet on center from there to the end of the property. That's what we're talking about, right? Yeah. Yeah, you are right. Randy? Yep. And Victoria?
I disagree.
I agree. So how about that for a compromise? Yes?
Sure.
Well, we need a vote on it because they're asking for a waiver on that. So, Richard,
Make a motion that we grant the waiver
That
as we calculated.
that we do the spacing 30 feet on center up to where the corner of that main building starts, and then 40 feet on center from there to the southerly and southwestern end of the property. And that happens to be for the cherry trees. Unless you're gonna change them, unless you change the variety of tree there. You gonna look into that?
I will definitely look into it. Again, we'll probably have to stick to something very similar in nature, but perhaps a different cultivar.
If something's hardier, then choose it to be.
Yeah, usually we pull it from a local nursery, Milliken's, which if you go online, you can
I'm real familiar with
you can look them up
yeah.
and see the different cultivars and stuff. And a lot of what they provide is more robust in this area. So.
Okay.
What, I'm concerned about the beauty bush. What's a beauty bush? Is it,
Do a motion.
well, I'm sorry.
I'll
but I
second
wanna
Richard's
know.
motion.
Thank you.
Was there a motion?
Yep, we didn't get a second.
I'll
Okay,
second.
Okay.
Who made the motion?
Richard made the motion,
Richard made-
Brandon seconded it. You had the motion written down about the spacing of the trees. I think you got that before.
I got
The
what
spacing.
the motion is about, I just
Okay.
didn't know we done.
Okay, yep. Is there any further discussion? And all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, motion passes. That's what the spacing would be. You understand what we're
Yep,
doing?
40 from the pretty much edge of the
That's
building
this, yeah, right in there.
to the west.
West, correct,
Gotcha.
southwest. Okay, you had more.
Carry on, I got one. I don't understand why we don't have a landscaping buffer shown on this end of the building, okay? And the reason that we're supposed to is that, it's a landscaped buffers between different uses of land shall be used to form a buffer between non-residential and residential uses, between single-family and multi, so, our regulations would call for a 20-foot wide strip along this end of the building. Wait, that's not correct. I'm on the wrong part. Sorry.
Victoria, I have it
Yeah,
there.
do you have it?
Yeah, I do. So it says, any lots bordering a residential zone or existing residential use shall have a 20-foot deep landscape buffer between any buildings or residential zone or use. Landscaped area shall have a shrub and or ground covered plantings and additional trees. And then it goes into the minimal one tree caliper for every 200 feet of ground area.
So, how many trees would be required for that?
Well, the distance is about 180 feet by the looks of it. Let's see.
We'll be sitting in the middle of that retention.
Looks like about 190, and that'd be times your 20 feet, not just square feet, because it's supposed to be a 20-foot. And this is actually 30 feet between that storm drain area.
So there would be room.
There probably would be, it's probably gonna, that may be the,
We do have drainage structures running through there that's taking the highway runoff
let's take,
because we've had to reroute it.
that's shown on your drainage plan?
There it is. So there's a very small berm near the pond. So it gets pretty tight in there.
So you're proposing to not landscape at all that?
Again, because of the residence zone, we understand that, but that residence zone faces the airport. So there's not a residence on that side. That is, we actually have to remove stuff from part of Funway Park that's in the airport property because it was constructed that way at the time, pretty much to the fence line at the end of the property.
So there's a lot of drainage issues in the way on there. I see you've got the retention pond right there. 502, goes up to 508, 510.
So all the property pretty much on the back side to the north and northeast is all airport property. So there are no residences. Obviously.
And across the street from there is that nursery, I think it is.
Yes.
And over here. Yep. Yes? No?
That's going to be, as you come down Route 32, that's what you're going to see, is that end of the yard. Okay. And I think anything we can do to maintain some kind of rural character with landscaping would serve the entire community.
Can't put it there. Basins are there. Doesn't really leave much room really to put anything there.
You said there's going to be a berm to the east between the retention and the highway. Is that?
Yeah, the road drops down into the site is what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like an 8-foot elevation change, so it's gonna be, we have a small area adjacent to the pond that's a high point of the berm. Again, That's,
Something like you.
probably gonna end up being maintained at some point in time, so if anything's put there, I would caution that it's most likely gonna get wiped out in the future.
Oh, I've got the number. What you call it? There should be 18 trees in that.
Back there,
According to our regulations, that area should have 18 trees.
they aren't gonna fit 18 trees back there, with
Victoria.
that drainage they've got going there. To have it
So
work
maybe,
properly.
maybe their yard needs to be shortened to accommodate what our regulations require.
Victoria, I have a question. What do you call the grass that grows up and makes a big?
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know.
It would grow.
Edible grass.
It would have room on the berm if there were 2 pumps of that, it would
Yeah.
soften the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Well, I'd like to talk about how the yard is going to be screened in general, okay? And I think a fence is probably going to be pretty important for us.
As shown right there.
Yeah, but I don't know what what they're specifying for their fence material. I went to the web today and it's, it's chain link with the canted top part with the barbed wire and running along.
I think, and again, I had looked at the regulations and maybe we can look at them, I think there's a discrepancy in there as far as the buffer that we're talking about, because there's some portion of your regulations further up in the chain that I think makes that non-applicable, that's why I didn't do it.
Do you mean where it says between adjacent buildings? Is that what you're factoring in?
I would have to look at it, but when I read it and I read it carefully, I questioned it because of the way it was written. So I think there's a small discrepancy that kind of indicates that point.
The section is any lot bordering a residential zone or an existing residential use, which we don't have, but we do have a residential zone, shall have a 20-foot deep landscape buffer between any buildings and the residential zone or use. The landscape area shall contain shrub and ground cover plantings in addition to trees, 1 tree per 200 square feet.
But that is the building. That is not. I think that's what he's talking about.
Because it's a-
There's no
it's a-
building there.
Correct.
It's a storage yard, but there's a lot, because.
And I think the intent of your regulations was probably, it was missed, but that's the way I read it, so that's why I made the decision to put non-applicable because there was no building. Because typically you wanted the buffer in between the buildings. So if you were looking at it, it would be obviously the section behind the building would be the only section that would have buffer it, based on the way that's written.
Well, in this situation, I could argue the building is going to be a lot more attractive than the storage yard, right? I mean, the storage yard is what we want to offer.
And I think it's gonna be, again, very difficult just because of the elevation change, and I
So just
appreciate
live with it, you're
and
saying?
understand what you're saying. Again, if we had more real estate where we didn't have pond,
Put that on top of the berm.
it would definitely be,
Rich you can.
easier to accomplish.
With what was there before we could see, it was lower too, but we could see it, the golf course.
And we lived through it.
Question for you, in the storage area, your parking, where you turn around for your trucks, et cetera, how deep is it gonna be a pallet deep around the outside edge, or?
It varies depending on the product, because again, you got pipe, so the pipe won't be obviously outdoor long sticks, 10 to 20 feet of pipe won't be sticking typically, they'll be running parallel to the fence, I would imagine. Same with typically, they have empty propane tanks, new propane tanks, so again, a lot of that's probably gonna be parallel to.
What I'm getting at is, looking at your traffic pattern for your trucks, there was more than ample room to cut back that east side, to bring that back inside. We're getting rid of the residence part, we're encroaching into residence. And I don't know if that would help solve our problem or not, but you're looking at your turnaround for your tractor trailer to back into a loading dock. There's there's considerable space.
Well, and you got, I guess you would have to keep in mind that also, this is a pretty large garage, so when they put it on the forklift, and then they're gonna need a fair amount of room to move it around.
Well, unless your tractor trailers are not to scale at all, you get.
Well,
in
they're
more than-
WV67, so typical depth to turn around is about 140, 40.
Well, you're a good driver then.
The truck that's shown should be, is up.
Do you see where I'm referring?
I have it here someplace, so just slide that over and let me have
It's
it.
T1.
So you're looking for us to pull back the pavement from the residential zone, which by right we're allowed to encroach by 30 feet.
You're talking about this pattern right here?
Let's see, this is, it pulls in, pulls it straight and then backs in.
Yep.
You can also loop this way, but there's a great deal of space from here to here. And this angle here is probably, what, 20 feet from the ed, 30 feet to the resident line. If we came back this way to the whole deal, then we're not encroaching. We don't have.
I mean,
It may help. With our
They could, I see what you're saying, yeah, because, yeah, then you have it from the residential line and it wouldn't matter, but what we're talking about, what our regulations talk about is distance from that building to the residential line, and there's a lot of distance there. It's not, you know, there's way more than 20 feet there, so.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just, you know, to try and satisfy Victoria's concerns.
But they are concerns, but again, to make it fair, we have to go by the same regulations that they do, and those are our site plan review regulations. And what we're talking about here is that 20-foot buffer between the building and the residential line or residential use, whichever is probably closer there. And this again is their storage yard here. And yeah, you probably won't want to be looking at some of these pipes and things there, but it doesn't look like they have room to put anything back there. Do you have room to put anything back there by that fence there?
Again, part of that is snow storage, but there is a berm, like I said, it goes up and then comes back out into the pond.
That's for the drainage part of it
That's
there.
only got
Yeah.
about a 4-foot landing or so platform on the top.
Right. We're not necessarily talking about trees. Yeah, I see it is right there. But something smaller could go there to just soften up the blow of looking at that fence and then into that storage yard.
Let's speak to the fence. Okay, first of all, if it's snow storage and you've got a fence around the whole
We've
thing.
got gates.
You'll have gates and slide it out that way. So, but what material are you proposing the fence to be made from?
Typically black chain link, is that correct? Eight
Yeah.
feet tall.
So what would you say to having, instead of it being a fence that we can see through, being a solid fence on the 3 sides that are exposed to the public? That
How
would
tall?
make a huge difference.
How tall is that fence going to
8
be?
feet.
8 feet high? There.
That way we wouldn't, I mean, and how tall will your pipe racks be?
Yeah, they're not overly like interior.
The one that you have down there, I saw one today that was 6 feet tall, right? So that's not your standard?
For the outdoor pipe rack?
Yeah,
Most
yeah.
likely. It's not like racking inside the building or stuff.
Yeah, but so that one was 6 feet, the one that was in the yard in Canaan, that's not typical, you're saying?
I think that is pretty good.
Okay, so 6 feet maybe for the pipe racks. And then you'll have stuff like, you'll have the home heating, oil, drums. I mean, what sort of products are you gonna have stacked in the yard?
Usually pipes, large pipes, like I said, brand new empty propane tanks for underground. As you said, oil tanks, some brand new oil tanks. There's typically heating, have a heating condenser type stuff, I think, out there.
Yeah, HVAC and stuff that lives outside, generally, AC condensers, rooftop fans, those are good.
I don't know. Could go solid, but personally, I think a solid fence, it'd look like a junkyard is back there. You see those solid fences right around a junkyard or something, at least, you know, the chain link, you can see through it, of course, you can see behind it, but it's not that solid blockage of a big block in front of you.
Sorry, I should, okay, sorry, apologize. Jamie Anderson
Sorry, the name again, sir?
You can use it.
It's not gonna be, it's gonna be, yeah, it's just gonna be a hodgepodge.
Yes, I'm
Regardless of whatever
Jamie
you put
Anderson
there,
from
though,
Green
you're
Leaf
still gonna see
Construction.
it
I
because the
represent
road's gonna be
FW Web.
higher than the property.
Typically, we do an 8-foot tall black vinyl coated chain link fence. The reason we do that is it's durable, but also if you start putting PVC stockade type fences up, wind blows them down and they're just not as secure. And then over time, we feel that those type of, when we're asked to do those type of fences, they generally fall apart and they don't withstand the test of time. And if they're not maintained, it becomes an eyesore to your plant. So, or plowed, yes.
Yeah, it's got a point.
On the chain link fence, how tight or how small are the criss posts? Otherwise, it's a ladder.
Otherwise, it's a what, a ladder?
A ladder.
Oh.
Gives us quite a lot of flow.
Yeah.
So small, you have to put a total.
If they're talking about security fence, they're gonna be big enough.
It's protected with barbed wire on it, this fence shows
Here.
anyways.
This is what's down at web today. You should. All right.
I'll pick you up and let you reach in.
So they've got, and then there's the golf course.
The pole executed are a couple of toes to install further.
Well, let's get through the landscaping, if we can. Again, the 20-foot buffer, I don't think applies to the end of that storage yard. Yeah, we probably will be seeing it stored in there, but see it. Anyway, I don't see them being able to put something there. They may be able to put some grassy things like Jane was saying right there to soften it up a bit. It'd be nice if they could put some small shrubbery around that end of it there. But having them put trees in there, I don't think, in my interpretation of our regulations, that we can force them to do it. Anybody else?
I agree.
I'd like to see it look.
Well, we can ask them to dress it up a bit with some small shrubbery there. They certainly can be able to put that on top of that berm right there.
The retention pond will be grassed on the sides around. And they have a retention pond at the right estate in Keene. And it has things growing in it and around it. The retention pond down at Nanotech is not unattractive. There's berm and it's grassy and there are plants. So, but they have more room. So they have more room for plants, but that's why I just was thinking that you can get those grasses that grow in a circle and they're soft looking and you can't see through them. If that was planted on top of the berm on the roadside, it could be very attractive. Now in the winter, they have just stalks, dry things on them.
You're talking ornamental grass. Ornamental grasses.
Yes, yes.
But you're 8 feet higher. That road is 8 feet higher.
The berm is,
From that
I think,
berm. That berm is 508.
2 feet high.
Oh, yeah. The berm at the end is about 508. It looks to me at the end.
Yeah, it goes up
there.
to 510.
And you've got the edge of the road at about 516. So you've got about 8 feet difference there. Road is 8 feet higher, so you're still gonna be looking down on that. It might soften it up with a fence there. Look at it, and probably wood grasses or something like that growing there. But like Nanotech as well, you can still see Nanotech building down there. It's not really, it's about the same color as this one here. You can still see through it.
But
They may not have, they don't have oil tanks and stuff stored out there, but you can
They
still
don't have a
see
storage.
going there, right? But they have a yard that you drive around and look down there.
Yeah.
They don't have tanks, they have parking lot. where
When
they
you
have
go
trucks.
around Safford Drive to the back of it, you see the parking lot,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
But not a storage yard.
Even though it's not required, can we make a suggestion or request they put in something of that nature.
Let's ask him right now about putting in some kind of, something to soften up the end of that fence right there. Shrubbery or.
Yeah, I mean,
something
we
like
could
that.
do ornamental grasses at a portion of the bottom of the fence.
Yeah, just to
And
soften
then
that look, that view from right here. 'cause that's
We could easily add some on that berm section
Yeah, right
to
there.
break it up a little if you want. I mean,
Yeah.
they
I think that would
get
be-
pretty large, but.
But it'd help soften the look of that fence up there. You'd be looking at that, grasses or shrubbery or a combination of those two, the full distance of it. the full width of it.
You can put even, I think you can even put some into the retention area, because it wouldn't affect.
Yeah, I don't know. This one may spread in.
Yeah,
there.
there's different types of retention areas. There's ones that need plants and want plants, and then there's the ones that don't.
And it's
So,
not gonna help us down in that detention area anyways, because that's quite a bit lower. So that we want it in the highest spot, which would be right, just about in that 10-foot area between the fence and that.
So we want to make that a condition?
Let's make it a request, and if you agree to it, then it would be a condition, just to make it solid.
So, here's a question, okay? Currently in Keene, the company is using an old self-storage facility for storing a lot of stuff that probably would be in this yard, okay? And I know that's just a matter of convenience, it's what you got, right? But I'm thinking about the Hanshaws, you know how there's the sort of lumber bunks that they have where there's a solid wall and then those facilities to put materials in, pull them out. Would you consider using that kind of storage just on that end that we're talking about? And so that would not be a fence, but it would be a solid structure that would provide some screening and, allow you to use your, there's a slight roof and there's, you know what they look like. Right?
Yeah, it just becomes expensive outside storage area, but you're not storing lumber there, so all the stuff that has in the inside, so it starts to create a structure.
I think it'd look worse with that. You know, I know what you mean. I know what those are and Hanshaws there, and I know it's just another big giant thing sticking up. Out of the way there, almost like the solid fence that we were talking about before.
I mean, the other thing we could look at is we could do a vine on the fence, probably, to create a natural screen.
Probably ought to stick to just the shrubbery we were talking about at the end of it there, I would think.
What do you say?
That stuff may grow in by itself, that invasive species and then whatnot in there, but yeah. But what else do you have there, Victoria, on your sheet there?
My primary hope is that the fence, some of the fence could be solid. I think we basically covered. There are other things that they're doing that don't meet our regulations, but I think people's patience for landscaping has to that. So.
Oh, yeah, about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, be kind. We're all members of the
So
board.
I think we're just gonna have to live with it. But I get to drive by that.
You can certainly voice your concerns to anyone.
One of the things that they're doing is we require a 10-foot landscaped area around the sides of buildings with public access or that are visible from the public roadway, and what they're showing is a 5-foot wide landscaped area, just half the minimum required width. If we're deciding to do that, we should decide to do it.
And that's this spot right there we're talking about. Yeah. See it there. So you say that's 5 feet there? Oh, that must be where the bushes are. What's?
Again, my argument is that because it says adjacent. It's just some of my interpretation.
I think it says where there's public access also.
Or visible
there.
from the public roadway. It has nothing to do with adjacent buildings in that section. This is
No.
you're looking at the heading, landscaping between adjacent buildings. Yeah.
And I don't see any legend. What is this cement? Is that what, you come over here for?
Yeah, it's a concrete walkway.
Oh, that's what that walkway is? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the walkway, cement walkway there.
I think that's more junipers and whatnot.
Yeah. You do. Well, what does the board think about that? It would be around this side and this side, as you can see on the drawing there, it's 5 feet with all the shrubbery in there, and we're talking about 10 feet in our regulations.
A minimum of 10.
Minimum of 10 feet. It measures 10 feet out to the edge of the sidewalk, but not 10 feet of the landscape part of it there. Does anybody think about that? Anybody want to start? No? Yes, maybe?
If the board feels it's necessary to waiver the certainly after one, again, the interpretation from our side is looking adjacent buildings.
No, I don't agree with that interpretation, but definitely can ask for a waiver. Yeah, it does mean that it's a 10-foot area of vegetation on the edge, public access to the building or visual. So, everyone's seen the drawing? Want to grant a waiver for that 5 feet around there? It's 10 feet including the sidewalk, but it's 5 feet of sidewalk and 5 feet of vegetation. This is right in front of the building, so you got
I don't
that
think
much
sidewalks are
vegetation.
considered landscaping.
No.
It
We're
wouldn't
talking about.
be, just trying to think about Market Basket, the front edge of their building, they have a sidewalk. I'm trying to recall whether there's a landscaping, any landscaping between the sidewalk and the main building.
Yes.
If there is, it's less than 10 feet.
It's way less than 10 feet.
Okay,
It is.
The precedent.
But it's,
Yeah.
those plants struggle, they really do, they have to rip them out, put in new ones.
Well, let's address that right now. If they're requesting a waiver, you're requesting a waiver from that 10-foot rule down to what you have on your drawings of 5 feet. So let the board address that, grant a waiver or not. If a motion would be in order to grant that waiver.
I
Anyone want to
move
make
that
the
we
motion?
address that later.
Okay, what is your motion though? Is your motion to address it or your motion to grant the waiver?
Just to address.
To address it, well, we're addressing it right now.
That's what you said.
Okay, we need a motion to address it one way or the other, whether we're granting it or not, whether we're gonna.
I move that we not grant the waiver.
A motion by Jane that we not grant the
I
waiver,
second Jane's motion.
seconded by Victoria. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Not grant the waiver. I'm in favor of not granting the waiver, so that's an aye.
Victoria?
Aye.
Jane, aye. All those against the motion? No? Okay, so it looks like the motion fails. Now we need another motion to grant the waiver.
I make a motion that we grant the waiver.
Motion by Brandon to grant the waiver,
I'll second it.
seconded by Michael York. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye, opposed.
Two opposed.
See, you could have gone if you voted. You would
Okay.
have been done.
So, let's continue.
That's all I got.
That's the last
I
part of
have
it
a
there?
question regarding all the landscape.
Yep.
As trees may or may not die, as various plantings may or may not need to be replaced, what is going to be done about keeping them properly watered and replacement?
I can give you an example that's pretty standard in most towns. They request you to maintain exactly what was approved for the plant duration of occupancy, and that's a pretty standard thing. And sometimes even make the landowner sign off on it. So if you want us to add a note to the plans, to link that, I'm sure that
We can make a condition of that in the past.
happy to do that.
And again, if they aren't there, they're in violation of the site plan, but I condition either way. Usually get a 1-year warranty on those plantings from the nursery. That's usually standard practice, I think. In the year.
They have to be watered also.
Yeah, well, they have to live. We can't really stipulate how often they have to water them or anything like that, but they have to be there. So if they're not there, then they're in violation of the site plan ones.
Use here to hose it.
If it keeps raining, you won't have to worry.
Yeah, we're gonna have to spray from that road. Okay, landscaping. Anybody have anything else on landscaping? Are you here for the landscaping by any chance? No. Okay. Anybody have anything else on the landscaping? Okay. Move on to the rest of the site plan. Anybody have anything on the rest of the site plan? And again, that is the whole rest of it. There's drainage, we know what they're doing for drainage there because there's a drainage plan right there. And it's laid out. There are 2 retention ponds, as you showed, one in the front of the building, one in the rear of the lot, just the side of the lot, if you call it. And what else? Drainage there. And let's just flip through this just for a second. Sorry. And while we're looking through these, we can discuss the lighting part of it there. There is a request from the Conservation Commission that some of the lighting anyway be on timers.
That was motion sensor.
I'm sorry, motion sensor, yeah. Keep me straight on there. Because of nesting birds by the airport there, and I'm pretty sure they're referred to, is she here? She's not here, I don't think. They're referring to the lights on the back of the building, I guess. By the airport. Yeah.
I think she's worried about the Presto, which is a small hawk.
And that's on the rear of that building there, and they're gonna be, the lighting, let me get to your lighting plan. Let's just discuss that, and if that's possible.
Says artificial lights have been shown to impact the breeding success of many species, and so she's asking for exterior lighting on the project to be motion sensitive only.
Should be on C8.
Is it?
Yeah, way back here.
Can we just?
I had it before, I just wanted to see how many lighting, yeah, there it is, so. You can't quite see them, where the lighting, where the lights in the back of the building is, are they off of here, like that? One there.
18 feet.
Oh, okay,
So there's
that's
2
what
off
it
the
is.
back,
2 is there.
and then these are just at main doors at 9 feet.
There's no
lighting
fence,
is
correct?
for security reasons.
There's no lights on the fencing, correct? Are there lights on the fencing?
In the back, there's pole lights here, there's, as you see, these are 25 feet.
So what was the lighting plan? What is your lighting plan? That illuminated 24/7 like a parking lot?
It'll be on
like a car?
It'll be on a photo cell timer.
Okay, photo cell timer there. And so, okay, so a photo cell timer would shut them off when it got dark enough to shut them off and.
Yeah, and there are also
light it
a
up front.
controller that shut them off at a certain hour, and then we could leave 1 or 2 on just for safety, security.
So
How far past that?
rather than having them go on and off all the time, motion sensors are a pain in the neck sometimes with that. It's just,
And with the amount of deer that run through there, they're gonna be off and on all
well,
night.
they got it fenced in there, but I mean, yeah, if
Well,
these
still,
pole lights are on
right.
motion sensors, right, yeah, on the other side of the fence, yeah, they would turn them on and off.
How far do they penetrate past your fence? You know?
The one of those, there's
Yeah.
So the heads would be
Everything would be
facing
getting
in,
down.
so they really shouldn't provide any light leakage past the light poles. So these would be facing this way, same thing.
So,
Would your building ones be on timer only, and then your fence poles, your poles being on photo cell? You're gonna put everything on.
They would
photo
all
cell?
be on photo cell, essentially, timer.
well, we've addressed this with the car dealerships as well, that, all of their lights are on some of the time, but, like, all through the night, they have a few security lights on here and there. It sounds like that's what you were proposing.
That was the intent, yes.
Yeah, so any idea what that would be? You've got pole lighting there, would it be 1 pole, 2 pole, or?
Isn't that standard just over the doors in a couple spots?
Yeah, the doors here and here,
I think it would be over the,
and the loading dock doors
in the loading
back
dock,
here.
yeah.
All right, so that would work fine then. That was your security type lighting right there. Oh, yeah, because this is gonna be locked, right? And a gate for this.
Yeah, they're gonna keep it
Yeah.
locked.
I don't know, I think the photo cell would be fine for lighting.
They're not filming past their property, that's not a danger to the wildlife that's out there.
They're full cutoff. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
'Cause like I
Photo
said,
cell.
most of the fences are gonna, they're gonna catch the deer running by, they run by there all night long.
Yeah, that's, right.
And it's gonna be on and off, this could be more of a disturbance, I think.
It probably would be more of a disturbance. They're planning on photo cell anyway, so I guess we'll leave it at what the plan is. Okay, we've addressed that. What else do we have? We've got- Site prep, condition plan, or creating site plans, or grading distance plans. Community plans. I think we've covered a lot of that. Does the board members have questions on any of these drawings here? If not, then the only thing, you wanted to speak to this issue, sir? Oh, you're for something else? You're putting up with the board? I mean, okay, we'll get to you then. We're here. So, we discussed earlier the traffic study, and I think we should have that information here for us and probably for the state as well, they'll be wanting it, just for those different categories that we talked about before.
So you'd like us to provide numbers for different use?
For the uses that it's gonna be, like you've got wholesaling there, but it's probably gonna be wholesaling almost retail sales, because there will be people coming in there purchasing stuff, and I hope there are, for your sake.
We can produce that and email it over.
Yeah, and just with those calculations. Now, you're gonna use the same standards that you used before with the warehousing one, probably, I'm assuming, right? It comes from a standard,
Yes, it's out of the standard manual.
Mhm.
It'll be based on uses, even though it's, classification wise, again, it's a warehouse use, but we'll add in or utilize square footage for like you said. like
retail wholesale part of it. And again, it's a showroom, so people will be coming in just to see.
Yeah,
There's
and
a little bit of traffic there.
The showroom is, 10% of the business, if that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good if you get good business there, but we should just see those numbers, I think, and
We can look at those.
you've sent the warehousing one to the state already, did you say? I know I asked you
Yes,
this
we
before.
submitted our DOT driveway permit.
And that one was on that driveway permit, and,
I reached out to them, but Frank was not around. Hopefully get back to me tomorrow.
okay, and when he gets back to you, though, you need to tell him that the board is requesting further traffic information
For different uses. Yeah.
for those two uses, and would you supply them with that same information that you're
Yep.
supplying us with? Okay. What else are we talking about here? If there's nothing else,
That
then
becomes a condition.
we're going to continue, I think, the public hearing, because we need that information.
Now, do we want to hear this gentleman tonight, what his concerns are?
Yeah, we'll, right after if we're done with the hearing for right now, we can continue it to our next meeting.
Make a motion to continue the next meeting.
Okay, that'll be September 14th, I believe it is. September 14th, our next meeting. Continue till then, public hearing. You get that information from us, and if you can show maybe what you're gonna do for the grassy area on the back of that fence, redo that landscape plan with the different spacing of the trees, and bring that in for that meeting. Okay. Okay, motion by Richard to continue the public hearing until September 14th. Is there a second on that? Second by Ken. Is any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, opposed. All right, we'll see you on the 14th. Yes, go ahead.
Regarding the initial comments that you had about species of trees and health concerns, so we'd like to come back with some alternate options as well on those species.
Yeah, if, you want them to live as much as we want them to.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So if you would take a look at that and just double check your findings on that and see what you come up
I'm
with.
not saying species as much as cultivars. I think you can make those species work, but instead of ones that have a better reputation.
All right. You're welcome. We'll see you on the 14th.
Thank you.
I don't know what he was doing there. So I think he left.
Did he go to get that other guy, I wonder? There was another guy.
Maybe he did. We'll give him a minute here.
Yeah.
It could be.
While we wait for that, why don't we address the select board's,
Oh,
Main
yeah.
Street?
Let's get to that. Let's get to that. Now, I've got it right here. Oh, no, I don't have it here. Do I? No. Yeah, I do. So, let's just see what we're calling it here. And this is under discussions part of it, and this is comments of the select board regarding purchase of 110 Pine Street. And that is a piece of property right across the street from the dump or recycling center. And it's right, we're still in there, so if this is in the end of our package, is what it is.
It's 57 lot 113, is that?
Corner one there?
No, this is,
It's in between.
It's one that,
it's right there.
in between
It's that, but
the one next to
it
the
looks
highway
like,
department and the halls
number
over residence.
27.
There's that
Yes.
trailer that's out in the woods.
It's not the trailer.
Okay.
Let's make sure I'm right about
It's the
that.
house.
It's this one right there. This is the dump right here, correct? This is the Public Works Department. You own this one already. That's old Frank Buckland's house right there.
Yeah, Buckley's house.
That's the one right there.
That's what we're talking about. That one,
Okay,
okay.
that number 27. Number 27, everybody,
I think that was.
everybody know where that is? You guys know where that is?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, it's come up that the select board can, they, I guess, made an offer and it was verbally accepted by the owner, I guess it's Henry, that owns it now, and to purchase that, and it kind of makes sense because dump is on one side, town-owned property, highway department on the other side, and that other parcel on the other side of it.
The corner parcel.
The corner part, right?
Is, yes, it's owned by the town.
That's town-owned, so, and that's sandwiched right in between those two parcels, so that would provide future expansion for public works in there, in that area.
Maybe they could put the fire station.
I don't know, it might not be quite big enough, but, so,
They did have two fire stations on one side of town.
they're looking for a recommendation, you know, they've got a verbal
I would
agreement of
recommend that we endorse that.
150,000 on there, and which is kind of a lot, a little piece of land over there, right across from the dump, but still.
Nothing else, the dump will get cleaned up.
Well, it might be someday, but you made a motion to recommend
Yes,
that the planning board recommends that Big Town go ahead and purchase that piece of
that's
property.
correct.
Is there a second?
That's like,
Okay, second by Richard Lane. Is there any further discussion? And all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, now you guys can continue
Thank
the rest of your hearings.
We appreciate that. Now, can I go?
Yeah, now we can go.
You have
yeah.
to spend the night.
Now you-
Until your next select board meeting.
Maybe he did leave.
I guess he did.
Yeah, maybe he did, I don't, but I
think
just
we
asked him.
heard-
and he
I
said he
think
was
we
here for
heard we're
something.
gonna continue the meeting.
Yeah, I think that's.
But I don't know if he said he said he was here for something else, I thought. Didn't he? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, he knows that if he's here for was here for the public hearing, he'll know this is second. He doesn't. Okay, so I guess any other businesses may be required. And if there is no other business, then a motion to adjourn would be in order.
make one inquiry first.
An inquiry by
What
Richard.
are we looking at on the 14th so far, other than the two continuing?
Just a boundary line adjustment in addition to these. It's another boundary line adjustment.
Motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Motion for adjournment by Michael York. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by our selectmen's representative. Is there any further discussion? And all those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We're adjourned officially.
About 4 seconds.